As far as
Ready.
5:30 on Monday, March 1st, 2021. The
call this regular meeting of the Kingsville Independent School District to order. This time we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Brian Kufal. Here. Mr. Stephen Kreitz. Mr. Stephen Kreitz. Mr. David Garcia. Here. Ms. Elizabeth Ramos.
Here.
Mr. James Lucy. Here. Ms. Delma Salinas. Here. Mr. Corey Gardner is here. Let the record show that there is a quorum of board members present. That this meeting has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings. At this time, we move to the moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
This meeting will be live video streamed at https://bit.ly/3srolqr. To reduce the chance of COVID-19 transmission, board meetings will be held in a manner intended to separate, to the maximum practical extent, audience from the personal contact with members of KISD Board of Directors and administrators. Public comment and input for all items on the agenda of the board meeting of the Kingsville Board of Trustees shall be provided in written format to the following email address: youtube@kingsvilleisd.com prior to 5:15 on Monday, March 1st, 2021. All emails should include the sender's name and address. Email comments will be read during the public participation portion of this meeting. At this time, we'll move on to item number 4, which will be the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'm sorry. So as we get to that part, we can go ahead and just table that.
Okay. Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the agenda. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Agenda passes. This time we'll move on to item number 5, public participation. At this time, do we have anyone who wishes? And again, this comes from our Lieutenant James A. Troya, HMP Armored Junior ROTC, and it deals with course certification. KISD Board of Members request that Army JROTC be recognized as a certification course at HMP High School. The program provides a certificate to all cadets that successfully passed 2 years or more of Army JROTC curriculum and activities. Attached is a sample certification we gave a cadet to her respective military group, which was endorsed by me and the senior Army instructor. Upon her graduation from military basic training, she will be promoted to an E3 and earning approximately $453.60 more than the average individual entering into a graduate from military basic academy. An E3 rank makes $2,103.90 a month, as opposed to an E1 rank of $1,650.30 a month. CS military pay scale attached and COGIA advanced ED certification. Other HM King High School CT programs are recognized as a certification course and provides a certificate for course completion. Our Army JROTC provides a certificate for course completion. See attached. All best for students. Signed, James A. Troy, Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Army, Senior Army JROTC Instructor, HM King High School. This time, again, we'll move to item number 6A, the superintendent's update, page 3 on your booklet, and the KISD VOI MOI data update. Dr. Pettis.
Okay, well, Ms. Ramirez is setting up for the VOI MOI update. I'm just gonna have to give a couple of reminders, a few reminders. First of all, just a reminder that the calendar options for the 2021-2022 school year are posted on the website, and we're hoping people are going in and voting. At this time, we have about 148 people that have voted. So we just want to try to, get some more people to vote. Also, just a reminder that we have posted a Q&A about the TASBO financial analysis. And remember, we posted the website as well and on our social media. Another reminder, March 15th is a professional development day. There will be no school for students. March 16th is also professional development day, but all students will be remote. That was the day that we added as a waiver. So all students will be remote on March 16th. Also, just a reminder that on March 18th, we're going to have the town hall meeting at 5:30 at the Dome. I do want to give some kudos to our HMK students, counselors, and sponsors who presented at one of our neighboring school district middle schools. They did a phenomenal job. And our pre-K roundup is going to be March 3rd and 4th. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes as well, because our elementary schools have posted some showcases, virtual showcases, and they're really inspiring. So kudos to all the schools who have posted or started posting their virtual showcases on their websites, because we're going to make sure that we have our students ready. Our high school is promoting that through QR codes. And we've already heard some buzz about that from parents saying that it's very user friendly. So thank you to all of them. And I'm hoping everybody will follow our website and social media pages so that way they can stay informed about everything that's happening. Okay. All right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Ramirez, who's going to give us an update about our beginning of year and middle of year data update. Just keeping in mind that we are in a pandemic. So a lot of common sense kind of has to go into when you read the data and just how valid it is, which every district in the nation is going through this at this time.
Thank you, President Garza, board members, and Dr. Bettis. I will be sharing the beginning of year and middle of year data comparison. And as Dr. Bettis said, there are some good things that we're seeing. We are seeing some decreases as well. One of the things that we are telling our principals and teachers is we realize, I think what we're all terming this is COVID data. We realize that it's COVID data, but it still leads to conversations about what we need to do to get to the next step. So although we question its validity, it is good. They are good conversation pieces. So I'm going to share with you first the accelerated reading data from beginning of year to middle of year. So you should be looking at a page that looks like this.
Can I ask a quick question for you? Is this an apples to apples comparison?
The same student.
Same
Same
students.
student, but also the same test.
Varies a little bit, and let me share that. Thank you for asking that question. I was going to share that as we get more into the beginning and middle year, but I'll share it now since you asked. One of the things, for example, in the accelerated reading data, one of the things we learned at the beginning of the year is that teachers were providing a lot more guidance to students because we had a lot of remote learners. We're about a 60-40, 50-50 split. And so in the middle of the year data, we provided protocols for them so that they weren't providing them with as much. In the reading and math data at the beginning of the year, remember we were looking for gaps. And so the beginning of your data had some of last year's TEKS and some of this year's TEKS. The middle of your data just has this year's TEKS. So apples to apples in students, not so much in the testing. So thank you for that clarifying question. So this is a lot of data, so I'm going to give you an overview. I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review it. In elementary reading grade equivalent, beginning in year and middle of year data, you see how each campus scored at the beginning of year and the middle of year. And so we do note overall slight increases to little change. Again, we do question some of this data. We know that some of our students, approximately 50% of it, took it at home. And so we do know that they may have received support from parents and or siblings. And I'll give you an example of one of the campuses. So one of the examples will be better shared maybe during the first grade reading data. So let's go to that. First grade reading data, the next page, overall slight decreases with the exception of one campus. Now, again, we mentioned that the decreases, as we said, we look at all aspects of the data, could have occurred because there was more support at the beginning of the year than the middle of the year. When I talk about some of the validity of the data, if we look at, for example, one of our campuses, let's say Clayburgh Elementary, middle of year grade equivalent for a student was a 2.0. So we question that data because we are during COVID, and what it's saying is that at the middle of the year right now, our first grade students are at second grade level. And so that's why we're questioning it. But then again, what we're asking the principals is just to have conversations with the teachers. What does this data tell us? And how can we look at it to continue to monitor student progress? Grade 2 data from beginning of year to middle of year shows overall increases. Again, with the exception of one campus where you'll see it's below the line at a negative 0.50. Again, a variety of reasons. On the next slide, grade 3 accelerated reading data, there was little to no change from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. Grade 4 data, we're noticing it's about 50-50 decreases and increases, mostly stagnant data. Grades 5 and 6, we have overall increases. And grade 7 and 8, overall increases. So what are some of the conversations that we're having with teachers? We're asking them to look at the data and look at the actual student performance, whether they're a remote learner or face-to-face learner. Is this true data? Yes or no? What are the next steps to be able to measure student progress? And so many of our students are keeping an accelerated student tracker, and I'll show you some examples of that at the end. So again, this data is leading to conversations and improved practice in accelerated reader and measuring student progress.
I have a question. Describe to me what a typical PLC would look like when they see after they see this, or what you envision.
What I would envision a PLC. So they would pull this data. This data obviously is more itemized at the grade level and teacher level. So, for example, a teacher could pull a report that has all of their students and their progress. So from beginning of year to middle of year, you could see a 0.2 increase or a 1 point increase or so forth. Then what they would do is they might compare that to an actual reading level to say, is this a true indicator or not? Then the accelerated reader program also has amazing interventions, so they could look at where the students are struggling and select specific interventions for that student. It even groups students for them based on their performance levels in the accelerated reader. And then we would talk about action steps or interventions in small group time, if you will.
Thank you, George.
You're welcome.
I have a question. So I'm looking at this is grade 7 and 8. And I see on the far left, you have 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are those grade levels? Is that what I'm looking at?
Yes, they are a grade equivalent reading level. So that would be a 4th grade level, a 5th grade level, a 6th grade, and a 7th grade, correct?
These are, so if I look at that Memorial grade 7, boy grade equivalent 5.1, does that mean the 7th graders on average?
On average.
5.4 are reading at 5th grade level?
Yes, sir.
So even though it's an improvement,
We have some work to
we're still
do.
in a retro position.
We have some work to do in reading for
Okay,
sure.
I just want to make sure I was reading the chart.
Yes.
Question, what's the significance of accelerate?
So accelerated reading, is that what is the significance of it?
Or the differentiate between that and just regular reading?
Accelerated reading is a program. It's a program that we use called Accelerated Reader, and it's intended to accelerate reading progress because of all the interventions and benchmarks and strategies that it has within it.
And this is a mean grade or a median grade. That number.
For the grade.
Yes, it's a median,
It's a median.
I believe. Okay, so now we're going to get into our beginning of year and middle of year comparison reading data. So there's a lot of information on this page, but we wanted to share with you where our students were. So let me just explain the top part. We put the grade level in reading, and then we put the standard for approaches, meets, and masters by TEA. Then what we did was we compared the beginning of the year and the middle of the year based on approaches, meets, and masters. And the reason we need to continue to look at data in this manner is because number one, we need to improve our reading instructional delivery, as Colonel Price just mentioned. But also we want to make sure that our students are performing at meets grade level. Meets is on grade level. So we need to move our students from approaches to meets. So in grade 3, we did see overall improvement in the data. However, as I mentioned, we do need to set expectations where more students are progressing towards the meets level.
Approaches 53, meets 75, masters 88. Are those correct?
Approaches 50 for grade 3, approaches 53, meets 76, and masters 85.
They have to get to meet that, to reach that.
Right.
Correct?
Oh, on the test.
Yes.
Okay, that's the test score, not the percentage of the class.
No.
All right, got it.
The percentage of the campuses are below, but they have to meet at least a 53% to get approaches, at least a 76 to get meets, and at least an 85 to get masters.
I was reading that chart totally back.
Well, that's why I tried to go over it, because I know there's a lot of information on there. So in grade 4, reading beginning of year and middle of year, we did note some overall increases. And again, we're wanting to improve our meets standard. However, if you look at grade 4 did much better in meets than grade 3. So that's good. That's a plus. In grade 5, we had decreases overall. Again, beginning of the year, we know they scored really high, and that's a good thing because we did use the previous year's TEKS and some of these TEKS. And so it's proving this year is a little more difficult for our 5th graders to show progress.
Hasn't that been a trend though for years?
In 5th grade, in the transition grade levels, yes, sir.
And the 4th is here, then they go to 5th, and it's just.
And then when they go to the next grade level, it's a transition period, and then the next grade level. And I think you're going to see where our 8th graders are probably outperforming our 7th graders and so forth. So
Does that have to do with more of the environment than the actual? It could be. I mean, there's so many factors in transition years that the fewer transitions they have, better for the students because it's not having to get acclimated. You know, at the beginning of the year, especially assessment, and it's a brand new school. They're trying to find their way, etc.
And that's their first one.
yeah. Grade 6 reading, we see increases overall, which is good across the board. Again, still, you know, at 15.49% in meets, so increasing that, needing to move that forward. Grade 7, we see decreases. We saw significant decreases, and I know our team is already going out and working with the teachers and helping them to improve. Dr. Farah met with 7th grade teachers, I believe, last week, And she's currently working weekly with his team to provide professional development and support in understanding the teaks and the level of depth and rigor that they need to be taught. And you'll see that in writing as well as we move into writing. Grade 8 reading overall increases across the board, really making a little bit more progress towards meet and masters, which we're very happy to see. And this was counterparts what I was talking to you about, or sharing just a while ago, that grade 7 is another transition grade, and we just sort of see that.
Which is a good conversation piece, because if anything, that definitely shows every transition grade, there's a decline. And then the other grade afterwards, there's an uptick.
Yeah.
Is that uptick due to the fact that they took a decline the year before, so they make up and then maybe gain?
Now, this is their beginning of year, like, okay, go to 8th grade. So the beginning of year is the same students. So this was in what, like September or October when we gave it to them.
And I'm an 8th grader now, but last year when I took the test, I was a 7th grader and I bombed it. So isn't my score artificially, well, not artificially low, but it's lower because I didn't do as well last year, but I get it together, my 8th grade, it makes that increase look.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're developing.
It makes it look bigger, but that's because of it.
They're acclimated. I mean, they're more acclimated in their environment as well.
But if, for example, that 8th grade, at the beginning of the year, 36% approaches, and does that mean that 63% not even close?
Correct.
Got it.
In EOC, we've had overall increases, which is good, but you'll notice the percentages. We still have some work to do in EOC English 1, as well as addressing the meet and masters standards overall.
One is probably our biggest worry. We're worried about all of them, but English is our biggest worry. And it is 9th grade, you know, the students, it's a transition year, but in comparing across the state, we need to make sure that we're doing some things in there to remedy that.
And just like Dr. Farrow was meeting with grade 7, this is another grade level that we're really focusing on, and we've met with them twice, and she's continuing to follow up with them weekly. English 2, we also had overall increases with a much better meets standard in this area. In writing, beginning of year did not have a writing prompt. We only assessed revising and editing. In the middle of the year, we did have a writing prompt, so it may have impacted some of these scores and maybe reason for seeing some of the decreases that you see in the writing. In 7th grade, same exact thing. We did not have a writing prompt because we really wanted to see where they were in regards to revising and editing at the beginning of the year. So we only assessed that portion. In the middle of the year, we did have writing. And we also increased the level of depth of knowledge questioning, or the Bloom's taxonomy questioning. So that could have impacted these scores as well. We are providing professional development to our teachers right now in how to read that TA rubric and how to score the writing prompts accordingly. So that is currently happening with our grade 4 and 7 teachers.
The writing PD, it's evident that the teachers have not been receiving that
Yes.
for a long time, too long.
Yeah. But they are getting it now, and we will continue that practice so that they get very familiar with calibrating the writing as well as teaching the revising and editing.
Yeah, they're very open to it, so thank you.
Yes. Beginning of year to middle of year math comparison, we have some slight decrease in approaches at Harrell, but a really nice increase in needs. Others may decrease a little bit. Again, we were providing them with more support at the beginning of the year, and it was a blend of previous year TEAS and this year's TEAS. You'll notice Bettis is performing really well overall and continuing that work in the middle of the year. And third, that was second grade math. In third grade math, we do see decreases overall. Beginning of your data, again, had some previous year scores and previous year TEAS and this year's TEAS. So that could have adjusted for some of the reasoning of the decreases. And we'll see the same pattern in grade 4. In grade 5, we do have slight increases. However, we need to continue to address instruction at the MEETS grade level. So Mr. Singh will be conducting walkthroughs and review of this data, monitoring teacher practice, and providing coaching. In grade 6, we have an overall slight increase. We do need to, again, continue to address instruction at the MEETS level. Grade 7, we do see overall increases in math and really nice MEETS and masters percentages here. In grade 8, we do have overall increases again, but we do need to continue to address instruction at the MEETS grade level and master's grade level. In Algebra 1, we did see a decrease at Memorial Middle School in approaches and MEETS. However, we did see an increase in the master's level, which is really good to see, and those are really nice percentages at the MEETS and master's level right now to continue to make progress on those. At H.M. King Algebra 1, we did see some slight decrease in approaches, but we had really nice increases in MEETS and masters, and we need to continue to see those increases at those levels. In science, beginning of year and middle of year, we noted overall increase. Science overall is doing very well in grade 8. Again, we saw some really nice increases, overall increases, and we're looking forward to seeing, we just provided a star release test that they're taking last week and this week, so it's going to be really good to compare the star release test to this middle of year data to see if we're on track with the release assessment.
Isn't that a curiosity, Pearl? I mean, that slide, because if they took the test at the beginning of the year, and that was just like out of the box, where do you stand? It was a benchmark, basically, of where do you stand. And granted, they haven't had necessarily had in-class instruction of some of the kids, but wouldn't we expect not to have regression? I mean, even if, it's like, what I knew in September, I still know in February. I mean, I shouldn't have regressed. I may not have improved, but I should have regressed. So when you see regression, that is a red flag to me. But then you put a slide up like that that shows in science, everybody, kids that were a little behind, they've grown. The kids at level, they've grown. Everybody grew there. And it's the same kid in different subjects.
This is a little, I guess that's why I'm saying in science, I'm going to be really interested to see the star released assessment, because this is sort of a odd phenomenon. It looks like they did really well. Now, the beginning of the year, again, we added lower grade level TEAS because the science test is cumulative. So we did add lower grade level TEAS. So we would expect to see some increase, but this this is outstanding and that's great. So we just need to follow up with the teachers, see what they're doing, what's working, and how it compares to our star ratings assessment that we just gave.
Covered it. Go to eighth grade history, you see the exact opposite. Or almost the exact opposite. It's almost across the board regression from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. Same kid. It does.
That's why it's so important to look at the assessments and compare the assessments to see.
And I think that's because when we're looking at this data, we are obviously questioning a lot, and it really comes down to the principal teacher conversations, knowing where each student is, understanding where each student is, and knowing where to take them. The biology was an overall increase as well. And then we get to the U.S. history in eighth grade, which we had slight decreases. So this data, in my opinion, was just stagnant. I mean, we're talking about 2%, 3%. And then about the same decrease, very little by 2 to 3%. And decrease in masters as well. So I wanted to share a few examples, and I don't know how clearly they're going to come out. I don't know how well they came out in your example, but these are in your binder. But these are 3 examples of how students are monitoring their progress in accelerated reader, monitoring their growth as their reading levels increase. These are some of the ways that they are monitoring their reading language arts. You'll see a fluency, and then you'll see the middle one is where they're monitoring their grades and increasing each week. And the last one is writing grades. This was a nice inclusive one. This is one that I believe an administrator is using with their teachers. So all of the students' names are on the left-hand side, and then it shows overall how the student is doing in regards to, and really that top part should just say student tracker, not math. But it's comparing their TPRI, how they did on TPRI, to their STAR, to math, report cards, and so forth. So you get a really good view of the child across the board. And then the last one is really, really, really hard to see, but I liked it because the students are tracking their progress in history, and so they're able to see how they did on an assessment. Did they score at a tier 1 level, which so on. So, or if they're a student in need of support. So I know those were hard to see, but I do know that Dr. Bettis is expecting and those student trackers, and so we're following up to ensure that teachers are monitoring student progress, and more importantly, that they're having conversations with students so that students know what their goals are and how to meet those goals. So what are some of the next steps? We're going to continue professional development. It is ongoing. We are diving a little deeper every time we have professional development. We're not only conducting professional development in various areas at the district level, but as I just mentioned, when we see the data, the team goes out and addresses supports, and we will be doing definitely more of that. Developing plans for instructional considerations and student interventions with a focus on high-frequency TEKS. Continue tracking student progress. Principal walkthroughs to gauge 6 weeks look-fors. And we actually gave them 3 things to look for in their walkthroughs, which was a warm, welcoming routine. We want students to feel comfortable, emotionally addressed, and not only our face-to-face students, but our remote learners as well. Looking for student engagement and what are examples of student engagement that they're seeing, and then demonstration of learning. How do they know that the students learned what was intended in that lesson?
Can I ask a question?
Mhm.
When it comes to bullet number 3, which is principal walkthroughs, how many of those would you say that we do a week or monthly? How does that work? And is there like a specific number that you all at administration are looking for?
So right now, and I know it's gonna seem like a small number, but I'm gonna tell you why. What we were doing in the past, and we're going to increase as we end the year, we were doing 5. Every administrator must do a minimum of 5. Minimum, doesn't mean they can't do more, but at least a minimum. And the reason is because I don't want it to be a checklist of done. I want it to be meaningful. What did you see? Did you need to meet with the teacher? What was the support? What was the feedback? Because we're doing walkthroughs to improve instruction, not just to check them off a list. So we'll want to increase that to potentially 10 as we move towards the last 6 weeks
Is that 10 a week?
per administrator.
A week?
Mhm, mhm.
But again, we don't want it to be double checked.
No.
Because when they do the walkthroughs, it should include a conversation,
Mhm.
you know, some deep learning from it, et cetera, and not just a checklist. So some districts have that protocol, 15 a week or 10 a week. And in reality, it becomes a checklist.
I'm looking to 7 to 10 because some of our campuses are really small. So if you do 10, you might be seeing, you know. And if there was a struggling teacher or a teacher who needed more support, then you would expect to probably do more walkthroughs in that teacher to provide more coaching and support, because that's what walkthroughs are intended for, not a gotcha, but support, a coaching, improving instructional delivery. Yes, sir, no, go ahead.
If I'm looking at home grade and I have a MOI grade equivalent of 1.3 at the middle of the year. Let's say at the end of the year, I have a grade equivalent of 1.5. Should that be 2? I mean, for me to be okay, middle of the road, at the end of my first grade year, am I a second grader? Should I be reading at second grade level?
Minimum 1.9, because that's where we
Okay,
are.
I should be close to 2 though.
Mhm,
At the end of my first grade year, I should be close to 2.
mhm,
If I'm not close to 2,
mhm.
let's say I'm a 1.5. What do we do?
Well, we can close that gap. We can close that gap with summer school. We can close that gap in the following year with very purposeful small group interventions. That's a neat, in that scenario, that's a very easy gap to close.
What's the magic number or the target number to say you're not ready for second grade?
It's not just one test.
Yeah.
Not just one test, but
It's gonna be several different, and especially during, again, this COVID year.
especially during this.
Especially during this time, the commissioner has told us all, the superintendents, you know, expect at least a 3.2 gap, at least. So, you know, it's very important that.
Hear that, coach? Perfect opportunity to redshirt. We're going to go right out the door.
Colleges are doing it, they're giving them an
I
extra year of
got my
eligibility.
question. Are we not setting ourselves up in years to come? And they're not going to look at 3.2 when it comes time to do assessments. And this is something where maybe we have a serious conversation with the parent. Look, Johnny ain't ready.
Sometimes it's too.
Johnny ready.
I think that is a valid conversation to have. I think that's going to be a very difficult conversation to have this year.
We're gonna have to see what the average is. It's like TEA is gonna change that cut score depending on how the assessments come back. And then we're gonna have to kind of gauge it that way as well, because is Johnny or Joanne, are they significantly lower than the average of their class? Or is the whole class at that point because of the COVID slide, et cetera?
I think it may be easier here to have that conversation because everybody knows that their kids missed a year of school. Real school, traditional, come to school. And I think parents might be a little more acceptable of that verdict, so they're not burdening their child.
Right.
It can't be easy to be a second grader. And
Right.
I don't know the difference between Dick, Jane, or Sally, you know?
It's a true conversation. Next steps also that may not be here are March 15th and 16th are professional development days, 16th being a TAA approved waiver, board waiver day, where the teachers will be on the 15th analyzing their STAR benchmark assessments that they just took, their STAR release test last week and continuing this week, and developing intervention plans. And CNI team will also be meeting with teachers to develop plans specifically in certain reading and writing grade levels based on the data that we saw. And we do want to address, this was all student data. We didn't look at subgroups, but I did want to share with you what our special education department is doing, because when I presented the taper, you noted that we do need some acceleration in, that is an area of need. So I'm going to have Mr. Michael come up and address the special education.
Dr. Davila had a medical emergency this morning, so Mr. Michael is presenting for him.
Yeah, thank you, President Garza, Dr. Perez, board members. I appreciate y'all being here. Do I just put this?
Yes, it's right. Yes, yes. Okay.
All right, so I'm just gonna, Dr. Davila just wanted me to fill in this first slide. Is just everything we've been able to do so far with the department. And then the next slide will be kind of how we plan on moving forward. So first, professional development's been given from October 2020 till the present. Success Ed has been given training for the counselors, for all of special ed and for dyslexia teachers. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Success Ed, but that's basically if you get related services or if you're in special education, that's where we compile all the information. So anything you need, the behavior plan, consents, the full individual evaluation, anything will be compiled in that program. And so we started straight with the paperwork. The SPED paraprofessionals have been trained according to the classrooms that they're assigned in. So if they're in life skills, you know, they've been trained according to interact with the students, basically on everything, whether they have an OT person, receive speech services, they've been trained. We've trained them, we put some paperwork and things in place to standardize some processes for every department. And so we're working on training on that as well.
Mr. Michael, can you raise the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, crisis prevention. So that's the nonverbal or verbal, non-physical crisis intervention. The teachers, administrators, and auxiliary staff have been trained on that. That was based on kind of principal recommendation, chairperson recommendation, who might be the best, kind of have the best demeanor and things like that. A lot of times it's coaches, just because they're good at it, a lot of rapport building skills there. But we did collaborate to find out who the best people for that would be, and pretty much all of the special ed staff have been trained, and if not, they're in the process. In-home training, we actually didn't have it all before I arrived. So we have put that in place. We've done paperwork. We have set up the process. We've trained the chair people with it. I'm in the process of getting with the administrators to make sure that they know moving forward, because we've had some requests for this. But so it has been standardized. It's up to date now, and we're moving forward with that as well. Behavior improvement program. So the BIP teachers for the behavior classrooms, they've been given behavior data sheets to start keeping better track of the 13 targeted behaviors, so they can start keeping better data. That'll help us collect that and know how to train them better, how to assist them better, how to get some of these crises down, how to keep kids where they're supposed to be, and really try to get them back into the general education setting. The inclusion program teachers, they've been given standardized documentation to log their time, their minutes. They've also been told kind of expectations for face-to-face and remote, and how to document accordingly for both processes, no matter what kind of COVID brings. I'm not sure, we call it adaptive ed or life skills? I keep hearing different. It's adaptive ed here. I apologize. Okay, so the adaptive ed teacher, they've been taught the same thing. They got the behavior data sheets to start watching the 13 targeted behaviors so that they're keeping data. Again, all of this is standardized. It's going to be what we're using to move forward, but that also gives admin chairpersons, myself and Dr. Davila, the ability to spot check, have more efficient walkthroughs, even to be able to help remotely. I can aggregate data just based on the time. I can start learning You know, even remotely, if somebody texts me, I might be able to see a pattern because I'm getting those data sheets every Friday and have an answer, even if I can't be at that school at that moment. Accommodating for the diverse learner. We also knew that special education, a lot of students are in the general education setting. So we wanted to make sure that, so I'm nervous, guys. That, accommodating for, we just wanted to make sure that they understood that we're not trying to copy and paste. That there is, and there are specific things that every student needs, and we have to assess that, find that out, and that's every teacher's job. It doesn't just fall on inclusion, it doesn't just fall on gender, but they both are supposed to be collaborating to do what's right for the students. Behavior management strategies. The behavior management strategy is basically what we're about to do. So the PowerPoint's presented, but due to the weather delay, we haven't been able to roll it out. But that's just where I'm going to be working on specific plans to start focusing on less suspension, less OSS, less ISS, and how we can really get to the root of the problem and work on the antecedents instead of the consequences. And so that's just something that's coming.
All of these trainings were put into place this semester to try to get everybody kind of as consistent as possible and deal with behaviors. Because in the paper report, you all saw that we were deemed for, you know, special ed. And so it was real important that we at least start producing some consistent systems in how to handle children and not automatically send to, you know, the or not automatically suspend, etc. So it was real important that we get all these out. Sorry.
So moving forward, this is what Dr. Davila and I would like to accomplish, is goals and targeted areas based on the campus needs and the improvement plan. So tying everything that we have with Mrs. Ramirez, with Dr. Perez, what their vision is, making sure that we're aligning with that as well. So perfect thing would be capturing kids' heart as an excellent way to build rapport. And so being able to train a secondary staff in that tool is going to help us, you know, be able to have relationships with our students to help us better implement programs that are fitting. Monitor that classroom teachers are providing accommodation and documenting. Well, when I got here, there was no documenting process. So now we put sheets in, we standardize for every grade level, every special ed classroom, no matter what they're teaching. And so we have something to look at and we have something to look for. And now basically cleaning up the art. So now when we go to art, we're gonna have input from gen ed teachers, we're gonna have input from behavior, inclusion, anybody, but we're gonna have the data to support any decision that we make.
Who does that in the inclusion process?
With the data part?
You said you're going to standardize.
Yes, it's an inclusion law. So basically, as of now, all the gen ed teachers and all the special ed teachers, they each have their own form. Yes, sir. So gen ed was given a Google form because they all had said basically in a survey that I sent out, it would be easier for them to do it that way. And then inclusion preferred paper, but I just had to kind of take it, kind of the inclusion minutes and the special ed component, but they both have a way to participate in the art.
So in any given class, you will get two.
Yes, sir.
One from the inclusion teacher and one from the gen ed teacher.
Yes, sir. Conducting classroom observations and feedback sessions. So that's kind of where we're getting to now. Now that we've rolled out all of these trainings, I'm able to actually get on campus and kind of see what's happening and see what's in place and see the training that we still have to continue to do. I know in a couple of situations, I've had administrators reach out to me for kind of, you know, one-on-one situations, and I've been able to go in there and give them suggestions and ideas, and everybody's been very receptive since I started. Provide teacher support on implementation of best instructional practices. So that's basically differentiating instruction. A lot of the feedback we get is how do you build rapport from the computer? Or, you know, how do I engage the learners through the computer? So a lot of the trainings that we've done with the Google protocol training, differentiating instruction, a lot of these things we're continuing to develop and teach as we get along. Support campuses on the implementation of MTSS and RTI. We actually have that all updated with the committee, the RTI committee. It's just a matter of rolling out the handbook and kind of just finishing like the commas and some of that just little editing thing. But Dr. Davila said that it will be out in the summer. And so we'll be rolling out updated SIP packets as well as kind of our handbook for the MCSS model moving forward for the following school year. So 504, dyslexia accommodation and documentation. This was kind of the same thing. So I know it's not special ed, but it's putting a process in place and standardizing what we're checking on so that we can monitor and have accurate data. Providing behavior management strategy, professional development. That was kind of the same thing. It was the last one on the last slide. Train staff on developing appropriate FBAs and BIBs. So in certain situations I've gone in and I've just heard that there's been a lot of kind of turnover. So 1 year guys do it, 1 year teachers do it. And so there really hasn't been a consistent process. So what Dr. Donnelly did at HM King is she put a person who could specifically start learning how to do that. So she's the chairperson, but she runs all of the audits, all of the meetings. So she's been getting a lot of training to make sure that the paperwork is done correctly, what to look for, kind of creating a checklist on what to do. And so the goal in moving forward is basically Mrs. Rosales would kind of be a go-to person. So if there's ever turnover again, or if we decide to move somebody into a different capacity where they're running those meetings, Mrs. Rosales would always be able to train.
Who runs the yards?
Right now, it's all the case managers. So whoever is the teacher that has that student on their caseload, they'll be preparing all of it.
Preparing the yards, but right.
They do both. They have to send
What's
out a
the
notice.
assistant principal? What's the administrator? do?
They attend the meetings as a member of the committee, but typically the case manager, at least the process right now is that that teacher who's on their caseload
And that
would
is
do.
one thing we're looking at restructuring. So, Dr. Davila has asked also for a folder review, like a folder audit
Mhm.
on ESC to see what processes have been used to do the yards. And then we're going to decide as a district, okay, in talking with the principals and special ed, to find out what is the best way for us to do it in KISD and that it's consistent. And that the person who's really leading has the time to do it, first of all, and the training to run the.
Okay, who within the yard has the authority to commit the district to an art action?
It should be the administrator.
Okay, so in essence, the administrator still has an overwatch or ultimate authority position. Okay,
Yes, sir.
but just when you said that, that jumped in my head.
No, I understand. That's a
Who's in
good question,
charge?
sir. The administrator will ultimately, obviously it has to be an our committee decision to say yes
Right.
to anything. But in a situation, you know, if it was like staff or something related, the administrator is still the administrator in the committee.
Fair enough.
Answer the question?
Okay, that just slightly confusing for the reiterate.
Okay, no, it's still a committee, I promise. Like,
So I just want to make sure that the teacher has the authority to just
All of
everything
them.
in the art, but eventually they have to be approved by the committee or the district.
yes, ma'am. It's the
I just
same.
want that latter to be smooth process because the past is not.
And that's what I'm hearing all over.
Definitely realize.
And so all I can say is that when there's nothing in place and you have to put everything in place, we have to have the materials, the starting point, and then we can go to training from there.
That's what I'm trying to. I know you've only been here for a little bit of time, but have you noticed either students being over accommodated or under accommodated or better in terms of not being provided? What are the serious issues you see when it comes to providing services for an IEP?
Okay, so I can break it down by level. So in elementary, I'm kind of seeing a pattern of more accommodations. I think they're younger. You want to give them everything. And so it's so easy to just check every box or pull every box down. And I understand you're there for a reason, you're compassionate, you have a heart for, but there's not data to necessarily corroborate or support, you know, those accommodations, which is why I wanted to standardize and put things in place so that if you're the parent and you're in there, I can prove what I'm saying. I can show you 6 weeks from now that this is what the data is showing. And you're gonna get it from a gen ed teacher, you're gonna get it from a special education teacher. So it should be in sync. You should be seeing concrete data. That's the thing, not the frame or opposing, you know, when we have those discussions. And then,
How many dyslexia teachers do we have in the district?
Teachers,
Dyslexia providers too. How many kids do we have that are roughly categorized as having dyslexia?
Oh, I don't have that. on
I don't
my
have
head.
that number, but
Just wondering if you have enough supports for that.
Plus, we're doing dyslexia screening as well right now, because we feel like there may be some that.
Is there any way that you can give us a summary of that provider of dyslexia services? That needs to be extra help. I mean, if we're having such time in reading and writing, it's complaining. Something that we should.
I would ask that you go a little bit further in that if we had all this, because one of the things that you told us, we had learned in our workshop was that we may be over-diagnosing,
mhm,
that we have a higher percentage of people with dyslexia and problems.
okay.
Well, my question is, if we were to have all the students in our neighborhoods, they weren't going to other school districts,
Mhm.
what would our percentage be then? Would we be falling in line if we had all of our students? Because if that's the case, then we would be expected to have a higher number than the average, because they can't not accept people because of dyslexia, but dyslexia causes other problems that they can say they're not going to say, let's do. So we're stuck with it.
So you think they can in fact not accept students if they have dyslexia? They absolutely can do that. They do it on a regular basis.
Well, but they're not supposed to. I mean,
Well, they're not supposed to, but if you have an entrance test, there's a
Exactly.
reason for that test.
That's what I'm saying, that it causes other issues.
It creates a backlog.
That these students stay in our program and they're taking away, they're siphoning off our students that have no problems.
Mhm.
Therefore, our percentages would be skewed. And I want to find out if we're the right.
Okay, I'll definitely get that information for you and send it out. I just don't have it on me, sir.
No, thank you.
You're welcome.
And are we higher in the containment units than other surrounding districts?
Are you speaking just in terms of dyslexia?
No, it's special education.
Okay,
You're asking if you have higher numbers of units,
Or the kids in those units.
is in special ed?
In the self-contained classroom.
can you just specify a little, are you talking about self-contained all day or just access to the unit?
Either
'Cause they're-
one, I guess. Do we have higher student population here in this district compared to other districts? Because I've read a report from several years ago which stated a lot of our special education students, if they were an issue, were placed in these containment units just to get rid of the problem.
I heard that rumor, but I can just
Well,
say
it's in my
in spot
head.
checking that I haven't even seen kids in the unit. I've seen kids with access to the unit, but it does look like that they've already started to try, even before I got here, they were starting to fix that problem, because I personally have not run into it. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't hear some of the same things. But if I go to the high school, right, it's empty in the unit. I know there's kids attached, they can use it, it's a resource, it's there for de-escalation. They ask for it, but there's not, like my last district, there was 56 kids self-contained and then the unit open. They never even once met a general education teacher, and we don't see that. And so I think we're definitely on the right path. But I'll still get that as well. You're welcome, sir. No,
Again, what I can just kind of add to what's going on. Again, there has been issues under there. It's something that we've known about, but I think we're on the right track. I think we're moving forward, especially when it comes to our special ed population. So kudos to everybody that's working behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, because again, there's a lot of things that haven't been in place, that are on the way in place. So again, thank you all.
no.
So I got a question. On bullet number one, you mentioned something a bit earlier that documentation was at a minimum.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We also discussed here earlier that the administrator of the school is the one that has the final say, so is that correct?
Yes, in the arts. That was the question, right?
Yeah.
In the arts, they do it.
I think that's kind of, we're letting our kids down if our administrators are not following up on documentation.
Yes, sir.
So that's something I think that we really need to work at. I know we're going there, and I think for that, because
it's really, really hard when there is not documentation. Somebody picks up a file, you know, and we don't know what's going on with this student.
Yes,
So
sir.
thank you for doing that and just keep an eye on that for us.
Oh, definitely. Right now, I'm in the process. I've only gotten the crisis prevention forms out to the administrator. And a lot of them already, thankfully knew what to do with it. But I'm setting up folders in the Google Drive so anybody can access them anytime they need them. And I'll sporadically be kind of getting with administrators to make sure they understand the paperwork that I've given to all the teachers already. But the principals are also in the trainings where I'm teaching them to use these sheets. So they kind of already know the process. We're just still trying to standardize, how often we're spot checking. And again, a lot of time I'm going to do this, okay? And then I can reach out to the administrators as well when I notice a problem. You're welcome. Any more questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to finalize with the question that Mr. Garcia asked pertaining to accommodations and documenting that. Although all of these trainings, including that one that is currently occurring and all of the trainings that will continue to occur, we know we're going to have to revisit. Like 5 of our 7 principals are brand new principals. So we know we're going to have to revisit them, and we're already making or starting to talk about a professional development plan for next year where these items come back and circle.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to item 6B, 2020 property value study protest report. Page 51 of your work doc, Dr. Peterson.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent Pettis, members of the board. We have talked about the property value variance between the county and the state for quite a bit, at length several times. So it's unfortunate that we have need of the services of Leinenberger, Goggin Blair, and Sampson LLP. But just to give you an example, in 2019, we lost $2 million worth of revenue because of the difference in property values. This firm came and protested our property values and got $400,000 of that back. So we ended up only losing $1.6 million in revenue. We have another opportunity with our 2020 property values and to protest those as well. The reason why this isn't an approval item is because this is a self-renewing contract. Either party can cancel within with the 30-day notice. But we have negotiated with Linebarger, Goggin Blair, and Sampson to decrease the percentage that they take for their commission. They had 10% in the 2019 study, so they got $400,000 back for us, which translates to $40,000 in fees. In 2020, we've negotiated a 7.5% commission rate, which if we get the same $400,000, it would only be a $1,000 depending on how much they're able to get back for us for our property values. I'll take any questions. Again, this is not an approval item.
And just for the record, I think we've been doing business with Lineberger, Goggin, and Blair for, I don't know.
Well, we had a different firm before, but this is, I believe, going on a year and a half now that we've employed them.
Is this a type of contract we give a lot of people in the business that do this kind of work, or is it kind of a narrow?
Right now, I know of 5 that do it in the area that we could get, but so really what you're bidding on is their experience to get the proper to narrow that gap in property values. Almost everybody charges 10%. We were able to negotiate with them at 7.5%. There are a few other firms that choose 7.5% as well.
There are, it's just a question of there's a lot of firms out there that will come to do this. Linebarger's expertise here is that they are tax collection firms. And so they're very, very, very familiar with it as opposed to some of the others out there. The other real benefit, in my opinion, to Linebarger is they know South Texas. They understand South Texas, and we're very, very different.
That sounds like due diligence to me.
And their fees, again, getting them down to 7.5% is really steal in my estimation. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Go ahead and move to item 6C. Budget recap report, check for December 2020.
You have to vote on that, or?
No voting.
We only vote on that change.
Right, correct. Again, at the end of the day, it's a 30-day deal. Am I correct, Dr. Pitts?
30-day notice can be canceled by either party.
Most of you all have the check register in front of you. If I'm not mistaken. We can have a meeting. But the check register was provided to the board members. So again, if anybody has any questions in regards to the check registry of 20, Dr. Pitts is available for any questions.
Real quick clarification questions. First page, Footnote. What are we doing with Footnote?
That's capturing kids' hearts.
Not too late as well. It's like the amendments. I don't know. I can't keep track. What's
It's like
title
the Title
2A?
One, it's like Title One, but it's Title Two.
And Title 2A is mainly used for professional development.
Okay, but that's money that comes from the feds, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's your money. Then.
Right.
Pretty sure the general.
On the health insurance consultant, we approved the 50K and the 100K life insurance. That's in effect right now, right?
Yes, correct. You're talking about for the employees that don't have insurance for the district, 100,000. All employees,
right?
yes, all employees.
That is in fact in place and went in place in January.
That is correct.
In January.
No, I believe that didn't get put in place till February.
On the petroleum traders,
Yes.
are we back into consumption windows or on fuel, so we're not in a buyout or?
As long as we don't have another catastrophe like we did this, we should use all our fuel consumption for both on that and diesel.
Consumption.
Yes.
CTE conference. Is that something we're planning or is that something we've had?
No, it's something we've had. Everything on here is checks that we've already paid, and we don't pay them until after the conference is already happened.
We do like, people do we have a dinner or do we have a wing ding of some sort or
Meeting already?
what?
You're meeting already?
No, I'm talking about the CTE conference.
Oh.
I just don't recall seeing anything about it.
Okay, so-
Second page. Did we have, people come in, did local businesses come in? Like, I think that's-
No, I don't believe so. I believe that was where we sent our teachers to
Okay,
a training.
okay, it was a.
And most of them are done via Zoom.
Yes.
A lot of, but you have to pay registration fee.
Okay, that's a big registration fee. It was done by Zoom.
We can get you the details.
No. I just didn't remember seeing about it. Small video photo services, Mr. Guerra. My question is, wouldn't we contract and wouldn't we do that in-house? Because we have the media tech guys. I just wondered,
Steve, you want to take that one?
I can answer to that, sir. We have equipment now. At the moment, when we needed the images, no equipment was available. But now I am taking over the photo taking with the camera and the video, together with Mr. Barber from media.
okay, I saw that. I just
Yes.
wondered, so that stuff.
That was a
kids can
one,
do it. Should they be doing it as part of their media tech?
yes, that was a one-time shot.
Okay, thank you.
And I want to piggyback real quick on that one. Sound exchange, A2K journal, radio station. What station is that so we can start listening?
There's also one for video that for radio streaming for $5,450.
I guess my overall question, is it up and running?
There you go.
Yes.
Go ahead, Dr. Mike.
Yeah, there is an internet radio, and because this can no longer be a traditional over-the-air because of the base, the number of frequencies is strictly limited, so everything is done via the internet. but that is an annual subscription. And basically what we're doing is using the software at a tremendous discount. And we are using top-notch software in the industry, from the industry.
Is it a CAN program or do we actually have kids DJ?
Now we have kids, they record and they are live on site at the lab.
Okay, that's how it used to be. I just wanted to make sure it's still the way it is.
It's been totally revolutionized. It's not what it used to be, sir. It is pretty much totally under the leadership of Mr. Barber. He's doing a lot of video streaming as well.
They had a studio, and
Yes.
kids would run
Yes.
shows and that's okay, great. No problem.
Is this what this wide orbit is for?
Wide orbit, yes.
And is that per year?
That's annual license, yes.
Okay, and it has a radio station?
Yes. There's two different licenses in there.
Can we promote that so that everybody knows that we have it? That'd be great.
Guarantee will push more and more.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, well, I know there was like some kid schools.
Had it for years and years.
We'll do the video and photo documentation and also samples of the work that students are producing. And if possible, we'll play perhaps some of the transmission that the students either have recorded or are doing live from the set.
Two comments on the check register. If you look at the top two spending items, the appraisal district, that's a quarterly cost. So you look at, for a year, you're looking at 260,000. The electricity, 56,000, that is a monthly cost.
How about the financial consultant? That's 6,000. Is that a monthly or is that an annual or
Where are you looking?
health benefit?
Oh, health benefits consultant, we pay that monthly.
We pay 72,000 a year?
No, we don't. What happened is because of the time that the invoices were submitted, that's 2 months of invoices that were paid. So it's 30,
36,000.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just a regular question, looking through these, I see a lot of office supply charges, which I see in the previous ones as well. A lot of these companies that we're purchasing things from aren't on like our website where you can get Amazon, from companies in Corpus. And I'm just wondering, what's wrong with Walmart or CVS or Walgreens or Lowe's in our local account, which you can't support, or vice versa, they can't support us in buying materials and supplies.
Well, most of these companies that we buy materials from are on my board. Walmart is not a vendor for our district. They will not take our checks. So there's an issue with some of these local firms that they won't take either a purchase order or even a check.
Is this a previous relationship issue?
If it is, it's before my
I
time.
know we tried to get like the gift cards, we gave to every single teacher, we tried to purchase them from the local Walmart, so that way we could support,
But all of these,
the red things with warning.
I think it was more of a corporate thing.
mhm.
Because I know the general manager, Mr. Todd, is really good about helping out the district when they need stuff. After he's gone above and beyond, but if I'm not mistaken, in talking to him, he said it's a corporate thing. As far as red tape.
Yes, certainly. those are times.
Well, when you order things online, it's not necessarily Walmart anymore. It's some, it's their website. So that's an issue as well. It's like dealing with Amazon, you're not necessarily dealing with Amazon.
In your retro, you're honest, we tried for a long time, and I totally agree with you, in trying to help out local businesses, because we're here to support us, and we're here to support them. What we get to, the mix of it, is a lot of these people are on my board, and it's kind of like,
You do see that HEB is on our check register, and they're there.
And Lowe's too, but I'm just
Yes.
wondering. Our district is not there. We got CVS or something. I just figured maybe there was some disconnect or just there wasn't a relationship there or maybe reformulate.
We do shop there. That's for sure, but as far as big ticket items, we have to get with them and see, is there anything they can do to help get us, be able to do purchase orders?
Just to give you a little background on the format of this check register, you did ask for something different. So again, instead of like before we had Gateway, where you'd have 12 rulers for 88 cents, 5 calendars for this. What this did is it put everything from Gateway, $4,500 for Gateway for the month. And hopefully this is in a more readable format and gives you the information where you're not interested maybe in every little individual expense for a vendor, but you're interested in how much we're paying each vendor for that month.
I really wanted to know what we're spending our time concerning that I as a board member should go ask. I'm just taking paper.
Well, this is a lot less paper than before.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Any other questions? Again, thank you, Dr. This time we'll move on to items 7, new business. 7A, again, by common consent, the board agrees to consider as one action item, which should be pages 61 to 65. Approval of tax report for December 2020, approval of financial report 2020, and approval of investment report for December 2020. Any questions? Any questions? There's no questions on there. Motion pass the following items as one. Motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. The motion to be made by Secretary Price, second by Mr. David Garcia. Is there any discussion? Now we'll go to the vote. All in favor of accepting as one action item the following: approval tax rate 2020, financial report 2020, investment report 2020, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say sign. Motion carries 7-0. Item 7B, consider approval of Education Diagnosticians Week proclamation. I'll be on page 70 on your board book. Mr. Mike, back to the podium, bud.
Yes, sir. Getting it all out the way tonight. All right. So, whereas our children's success in Texas success, as such, it is our responsibility to ensure that young Texans are empowered with the skills and knowledge necessary to realize their full potential. This goal would not be possible without the invaluable contributions of educators and other professionals in the field of education. Whereas educational diagnosticians work closely with children, parents, and fellow professionals to identify and evaluate a student's individual needs. By using comprehensive academic assessments, psychological and aptitude tests, educational diagnosticians are able to help advise on teaching approaches and materials necessary to best ensure that young Texans are provided the education and skills fundamental to lifelong excellence. Whereas, to highlight the many contributions of educational diagnosticians, an awareness campaign will be conducted during the month of March. Whereas Texas has no higher priority than education, and I encourage all Texans to recognize the outstanding role of educational diagnosticians through their focus on young Texans. They are ensuring an even brighter future for the Texas of tomorrow. Whereas Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, has proclaimed statewide recognition of diagnosticians, and therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Kingsville Independent School District hereby proclaim the week of March 1st through 5th, 2021 as educational diagnostician.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We just want to take a moment just to acknowledge our diagnosticians. They are, first of all, in big demand. There's a shortage, and we appreciate all the work that they do. Dr. Davila, I know, has something special for them this week, but she was unable to be here today, but she will be here during the week. And I don't believe any of our diagnosticians are here today, right now, but we have acknowledged them and we will continue this week.
So at this time, I'll go ahead and actually have a motion to consider approval of the education diagnostician. So, for a second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approved again Education Diagnostician Week. Again, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say sign. Motion carries 7-0. Kudos again on behalf of Kingsville Independent School District Board of Trustees. I want to thank all diagnosticians for their hard work. Thank you. Item 7C, consider approval of Texas Public School Week. That'll be page 72 on your board book. Dr. Farrell.
Good evening. The proclamation for Texas Public Schools Week, March 1st through the 5th, 2021. whereas the students of our state's public schools hold the promise of a successful future in their capable hands, and whereas the Kingsville Independent School District provides the tools, framework, and solid foundation that is vital towards the future of our children, and whereas the dedicated efforts of parents, educators, and community leaders will provide the necessary supports and strengths to our public schools, providing our children a quality education. And whereas students will attain a higher level of achievement because of the commitment to excellence and focus on continued improvement in our public schools. And therefore, be it resolved that all citizens are encouraged to reaffirm their commitment to public schools. We do hereby proclaim March 1st through 5th, 2021 as the week to celebrate Texas public schools. We urge all citizens to support the theme, the clear choice for education, by taking the time to share with others why they choose public education. Thank you.
You need to hire her for, you're like.
We can always draw straight into the.
Duties as assigned, other duties.
Okay, Dr. Betts.
Okay, we just wanted to acknowledge that we are in the public school business and we take all children. So we don't ever turn children away. And I think that is the biggest part of the heart of the public schools week.
Okay, you heard the recommendation by Superintendent. Is there a motion?
Motion.
The motion made by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Del Salinas. Any discussion? If not, go ahead and vote on the item. All those in favor of adopting Texas Public School Week, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Yeah, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Item 7D, consider approval of National School Lunch Breakfast Week proclamation. Let me page 74 in your board booklet. Ms. Butler.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Bettis. Whereas child nutrition professionals contribute to the well-being of students, preparing nutritious meal component offerings which incorporate TDA recommended limits for salt, fat, sugar, while providing increased fiber through fresh fruits, vegetables, and whole grains. For many students, school food service provides the only source of regular meals. And whereas school food service professionals recognize that a hungry child cannot concentrate and will not learn effectively. And whereas March 1st through 5th, 2021 has been designated Texas School Lunch and Breakfast Week at Kingsville ISD. And whereas our citizens should continue to support the school breakfast and lunch meal programs, which provide all of our students with the opportunity to consume a warm school meal so that they may perform successfully in the classroom. And whereas a continued and combined effort must be made by parents, schools, and the community to work together to acknowledge the significance of school lunch program every day. And therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Kingsville Independent School District make a commitment to the school lunch and breakfast programs and urge all citizens to join the support and recognize the importance of ensuring that school children obtain a nutritious, well-balanced lunch every day by visiting their local school cafeterias. Hereby proclaim the week of March 1st through 5th, 2021 as Texas School Lunch and Breakfast Week.
Thank you.
I'd like to take a couple of seconds to acknowledge Ms. Butler and her staff. They are phenomenal. I mean, their food is delicious. We ask them to help us many, many times, and they do. But they're always there for the children. I know every time we've had to go remote, you know, she's immediately making a plan as to where we're going to have the curbside meals. She doesn't want the children to go hungry. So I thank you so much, Ms. Butler, and your staff for your service. Much appreciated. I'd like to recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the, oh wait, where is it?
Yeah, you're right. Consider approving National School Lunch Breakfast.
National School Lunch.
You heard the recommendation by the superintendent. Is there a motion? We got the motion. So Mr. Kufal, is there a second?
No second.
Colonel Craig, any discussion? If not, we'll go ahead and approve. Again, the motion for us to approve National School Lunch and Breakfast Week proclamation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Good. Motion carries 7-0. Item 70, consider approval of amended 2021 board meetings calendar, page 76 about the bed.
Okay, as we spoke previously during our board training, we talked about moving the board meetings to Tuesdays instead of Mondays. This would give the board a little bit more time to be able to look through the packets, be able to ask questions, and we have that Monday to be able to, respond, et cetera, and fix anything we need to. And so we have proposed calendar right here, and we recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the 2020-2021 amended board meetings calendar as presented. As presented.
You have the recommendation from the superintendent that we consider approval of the amended 2020-2021 board meetings. Is there a motion? So moved. Motion Kufal, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I have one thing that I'm not opposed to this. I wasn't at the workshop because I had a appointment to serve me in kind by being a guinea pig. Just so happens that Tuesday is my guinea pig day. And there'll probably be some heroic crazy driving coming back from Houston on Tuesdays. I'm going to ask for the board's forbearance. And if on occasion there's a certain agenda item that might be at the front end, I'm going to ask if I can make a phone call and move it to toward the end of the meeting so that if I'm not here right on time, I'll be able to weigh in on something like that. We'll just I'll try to get everything changed back around, but they don't give us guinea pigs too much voice.
Well, Colonel, I can tell you, and totally, I think that this board is committed to working with each and every one of these trustees. And again, as your board president, I would see a problem whatsoever.
I'll just work through you, then if there's something you need to move back
I wouldn't see a problem with you or anybody else. I'm trying to do something there, so I wouldn't see a problem whatsoever.
All right. I think we also need to start discussing the dates, since we're talking about dates. When are we going to hold another election? Because we have it in less than a year. Unless we move it to the fall with the county again, which is an option, I think it will be considered when we're going to be holding the next one.
Dr. Pitts, you might be able to.
So I've talked with the election board and we don't have the authority to move the dates. There was time.
And this not on the agenda, this is not on the subject. I don't think we can be talking about.
We're talking about the calendar. Right. You're talking about election.
I'm talking about when on the calendar we're setting the election.
This is a calendar.
The calendar. So again, put that in writing. We got an answer to that. Thank you. Thank you. Right. No.
I think we can have a larger conversation about that.
Trustee, thank you so much. We're a team of 8, so thank you so much. And again, Trustee Gluesing, again, we'll definitely definitely put that on there and get some type of video. Okay. Okay.
We can put it on the next.
We didn't have a problem whatsoever. But again, a lot of it too was again going back to the calendar. Again, it was given this board an ample opportunity and actually the best of their staff to give us information that we can really dissect and look at everything to make sure that when we were up here, we have everything instead of sitting here and continue to ask a lot of questions that could be answered prior. So that's why this a lot of board members have proceeded to try to move the board. But again, there's a motion for the meeting right now to approve the amended 2021 meetings calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 6-0 with 1 abstention. Okay. 7F, consider approval of 2021 district improvement plan that be found on page 78. Mrs. Ramirez.
So let me begin by saying that although our district improvement plan is complete to date, we know that it is an ongoing item that we progress monitor and continue to adapt and change to ensure that we are meeting our students' needs and improving student achievement. The campuses are still currently working on theirs. There's a lot of training that was involved. They had not developed the comprehensive needs assessment and campus improvement plans. And so when those are complete and aligned to the district improvement plan, we will share those out. These plans, because of the date that they're being presented to you, will roll over next year once we receive the data, our STAR accountability data. So first, we want to make sure that we are sharing the purpose of the comprehensive needs assessment and the district improvement plan. It is a statutory requirement by Title I and ESSA, Every Student Success Act, previous Nickleby. The purpose of the CNA is to identify district and campus strengths, needs, and barriers based on the data. The comprehensive needs assessment will also serve as a roadmap to developing the district and campus improvement plans. And the campus improvement plan will then address the goals, activities, action steps to improve teacher practice and student success based on data discovery in the comprehensive needs assessment. The district improvement plan is also part of the Texas Education Code, where it states that each school district shall have a district improvement plan that is developed, evaluated, and revised annually in accordance with the state and district policies. The district improvement plan strategy serves as a guide for each campus improvement plan, as well as all department actions planning and improving student performance for all student groups in order to attain state standards with respect to the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills and the STAR and EOC state assessments. So our comprehensive needs assessment drives our campus improvement plan, district improvement plan, as I just stated. In the comprehensive needs assessment, we review various district data points. We determine needs, strengths, and barriers. We then prioritize those needs and develop a problem statement and a root cause. We then develop SMART goals. The SMART goal then feeds into the campus improvement plan. We have a we develop an overarching goal. We connect to the effective schools framework and the TEA priorities. They will also be connected to the board goals as they are developed. The campus improvement plan then moves over the SMART goal, the problem statement, and the root cause. We develop action steps, persons responsible, timeline, evidence, and artifacts to address the SMART goal. And we monitor progress quarterly on the district improvement plan and campus improvement plans.
What's the commonality of the composition of the membership of the CNA and the CIP? Those are both committees, right?
So the campus improvement plans look at not only incorporating the faculty and the staff, but also the CEIC. And at the district level, we look at the various departments who are involved, and then we receive feedback from the DEIC.
There's no common membership between the CNA and the CIP?
It's the same memberships. I'm sorry. So in the CNA,
okay, there
are 6 structures. So what the campus principals were asked to do was to develop subcommittees that provided, looked at the data and provided guidance on these 6 structures. Then they present to the whole campus, and then the campus can, because not every member was a part of every subcommittee, can then report back any ideas or suggestions. Does that answer your question, sir?
The CNA is not a committee, it's a comprehensive needs assessment that the CEIC developed or works on to find out what are their needs, and then from those needs, then they develop the
So the
plan
DEIC produces the CNA.
for the district.
Okay. How about for the campus?
So
Or does that just feed into the representative?
both the faculty, staff, and the CEIC are both involved in the development of the comprehensive needs assessment as well as the campus improvement plan. Ditto for the departments at the district level for the comprehensive needs assessment and the district improvement plan. So we address 6 structures in the comprehensive needs assessment and campus improvement plan. They are academic achievement, staff quality, school climate, and safe and healthy schools, college and career, military readiness, dropout prevention, graduation rate, family and community engagement, and technology. Our current KISD mission statement is to provide a safe and challenging academic environment in collaboration with community partners that will empower students to achieve futures of excellence. And our vision statement is today we learn, tomorrow we lead. So in looking at each structure, we're going to look at each structure individually, talk about I'm going to present to you the strengths and the needs that were discovered through the analysis of the data in each structure, and then share the overarching goals and SMART goals with you in each structure. In academic achievement, the strengths that were found were that U.S. history scores of 86% are close to 93 at the state level. Grade 5 reading scores increased in approaches level by 14% from 55 to 69%. Grades 7 and 8 showed gains in all areas tested except writing, and increased by 23 in approaches level in Algebra 1 from 54 to 77%. This is looking at the 2019 STAR data because we haven't had data since then. The needs that were discovered in analyzing this data was that we needed to provide more professional development. We needed to improve our Tier 1 instruction, align curriculum, scope and sequence assessments, resources, increase number of students performing at meets and masters level, and provide support in face-to-face and remote learning. There was a survey that was distributed to the teachers, I want to say it was mid-fall, and so we looked at this survey as well as the conversations that we've been having with principals and teachers to determine this information. So in academic achievement, our overarching goal is that Kingsville ISD will create a system of academic excellence by aligning the district's curriculum with common assessments to ensure equitable access to high quality instruction that engages all students and increases student achievement. Within this overarching goal, we developed 3 SMART goals to address our data. Now, these do say by June 2021, but we know the work that we have in academic achievement, and so we do see measuring where we are in June 2021 and determining which one of these goals, if not all, that we carry over to the next year. By June 2021, 100% of teachers will implement the aligned curriculum and scope and sequence so that teacher knowledge, lesson plans, and instructional delivery are consistent across the district. By June 2021, KISD will develop a professional development plan and provide ongoing professional development that embeds best practices for teaching and learning to support teachers, leaders, and staff to increase student achievement. And by June 2021, 100% of teachers will use data to drive instruction and develop strong Tier 1 instruction, provide intervention and enrichment activities as needed for all student groups. Questions on academic achievement before we move towards staff quality?
That first bullet point, is it achievable?
I think that's what she said. You know, when they developed this, we were hoping that by 2021 June, we would get all the teachers aligned with the curriculum, but we're still, because of COVID closures or because of the winter storm, so because it's a continuing document, we'll have to, once they meet again, and they'll say, okay, where are we as they progress monitor.
Right. As we revise annually, we definitely know this is one that we will have to carry over. Right now, we understand what resources we should be using, we understand the scope and sequence that we should be following. Currently, teachers are implementing various lesson plans. We have another lesson plan that we're rolling out on March 15th. Because we want to make sure that we get their feedback. We know we're not going to get 100% on board, but we do know that we need something consistent to be able to monitor instructional delivery and practice.
What would you say by June 2021? I mean, again, no idea like to get 100, but the other question, where do you think we will be?
In the star level or subjects, that is achievable to start writing the curriculum for it. Like, we're gonna do some summer curriculum writing in June. And so we're gonna start opening that up to teachers to make sure that in August, we kick off where everybody is following a consistent curriculum, et cetera.
How far in advance do these teachers know what the curriculum looks like? A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month? How far do they know, what they're gonna be teaching in the next 3 or 4 weeks?
We're using the TEACS resource system, so they have the full annual year at a glance, the full annual plan.
Just a year at a glance, how
It has,
detailed is that?
it's very.
What are we learning in May? What can we go ahead and get a head start because these do good right now. They should be looking at the material over that is what we're learning. If you guys want to watch YouTube videos or get ahead.
The material, no, the actual scope and sequence and activities, some of the information, but in order to support a parent that way, what you're asking is you're asking a teacher to plan in advance for one person. But they can share the year at a glance to say, here are the TEACS that we are teaching during the six weeks, and here are some of the activities that might support that work.
My own, as a parent, I wonder, because my son's in a boat where he's doing great here. I mean, I'm doing great over here. And I know there's these students who are just doing great, and there's students who aren't doing great. And, my mother was a teacher, and I've been in the classroom, and I see kids fall behind because they're not given the extra help. And then I see children that are being held back because the teacher is not giving extra or more enriched material because they got their hands full. They've got a array of different kids. So it'd be nice to have a curriculum where things are written out, like we're going to be doing weather this week. We're going to be doing weather in June for a whole week. So if you guys want to do something, if we need extra help, hey, we're coming up with this subject and he might need an extra help here. So let's get through.
That's information that we can share with you. That much is
how do we
doable.
Get everybody to get the same boat to where we don't have kids all over the place.
Right. That's our goal. That's our goal, including the differentiated and enriched instruction that you're talking about. Absolutely.
And I know we're on the right path because that has been in prior. Everybody had the autonomy to do what they wanted or were doing what they wanted. And I think you're right because some people were doing this, and where are we? But I think now we're teach the resource, we kind of have the framework or the teachers have a framework, and so does the administrator where they want to go. Because prior there was no guidance. And again, I think that coming up here in these summer months, and like I said, Dr. Perez mentioned a minute ago, it's so important now to give our teachers the ability to write curriculum because now guess what? We all know is I'm part of this.
And this way they plan like 6 weeks in advance at a time, they're not writing lessons at the last minute. And we're guiding them through it and we're paying them for it.
Right.
What was tier one mean? Strong tier one instruction?
So tier one instruction it should look like really knowing and understanding the TEACS and teaching to the depth and rigor of those TEACS so that the majority of our students are meeting grade level standards. So when we look at approaches.
Tier two instruction?
As opposed to tier two instruction might look like students who need a little bit more support, small group intervention, tutoring, differentiated instruction.
So it sounds like tier two is higher than tier one. More difficult.
Tier one is saying we should bare minimum be doing this. Bare minimum, we should be doing this so that our students are meeting grade level standards.
Okay.
Right.
The other thing that caught my eye, and I don't need to be critical, but under strengths for academic achievement, U.S. history scores are 80%, 6%, and they're close to 93% at the state level. Am I reading this correctly by saying
we're only behind the state by 7%, so that's a strength.
Yes, because remember that when committees come together to do this work, they're analyzing the data. And so the strengths that they bring up might not necessarily be a strength that somebody else would need, but we felt because where we were with the rest of the data, that was
Sounds like we were pretty desperate for
that,
strength.
that's a pretty good strength, sir. I'm taking it.
All right.
Okay, we're moving on to staff quality if there are no further questions on academic achievement. So one of the strengths that we noted was low teacher turnover. Now that was a strength, however, looking at some trend data, we did notice that maybe we had low teacher turnover that previous year, but looking at trend data, I think our teacher turnover was significant. Another strength was professional development is requested. We considered that a strength because teachers are wanting to learn, principals are wanting to learn and move their campuses forward. And so that's a strength that the will is there. TEKS resource system is a great foundation. That is another strength. Needs, strong district instructional leadership team to support campuses and facilitate the development of the district process. Now keep in mind, we're going back through from the beginning of the year to develop the district improvement plan. So at the very beginning of the year, we hired Dr. Bettis, the board hired Dr. Bettis, and she was beginning to develop her team. So professional development that supports integration and the use of instructional technology tools, programs, and resources, that was a need, and professional development to better understand the TEKS resource system and how to use its components was another need that was addressed. So our overarching goal in staff quality was Kingsville ISD will support teachers and staff by providing them with research-based professional development that strengthens content knowledge and pedagogy that meets the needs of all learners. Our two goals for this area are by August 2021, KISD will hire a new district leadership team. I think, we're almost there, who have a common vision. We're still growing and learning together. That is communicated with all stakeholders, ensuring academic achievement is a district's priority. By June 2021, 100% of the instructional leadership team will provide robust professional development that results in teacher knowledge, lesson plan design, and instructional delivery practice aligned to the curriculum. I'm pretty certain this one's going to roll over to next year as we continue to deepen the work.
It sounds like some seeds are being planted. Bullet point number 1, what are we?
Like a diagnostician.
Okay.
So we're getting there. Yeah, we should be complete.
At the district, yeah, at the district level, we're missing a diagnostician.
Good.
But it'll be a good thing to have a complete leadership team beginning August 2021.
Yes.
That certainly hasn't happened.
Right.
Friday.
So the next structure that we'll be talking about or looking at is school climate, safe and healthy schools. The strengths are more collaboration between district. So in looking at staff quality and the areas that we needed to address in staff quality, we really didn't have any data to review. So we started talking about some of the surveys that Dr. Bettis had conducted or that I've conducted, the conversations that we're hearing at campuses. And so one of the strengths that keeps coming to the forefront is a collaboration and the communication from new leadership from Dr. Bettis. And so we wanted to make sure, even though we weren't going back to our data, that was something that we noticed a lot of conversation about this year. What are some of our needs? A consistent and systemic approach to addressing behaviors, and you've heard some of how we're moving forward with that from Mr. Michael. Building relationships with students at all levels. Support for social emotional learning needs at all levels. Develop district-wide climate survey, and need to address resource for social emotional learning. So our overarching goal, Kingsville ISD is committed to providing a safe and healthy environment for students, staff, and families, and the community at large. Our two goals that we're addressing in this area is at all levels, KISD will build capacity in developing a support system that improves teacher practice and student behavior so that 100% of campuses have systems for improved discipline practices. So really looking at their protocols, their systems. This is also part of the Capturing Kids' Hearts work and so forth. By the end of June 2021, KISD will survey parents and community to create a baseline of district needs with a return rate of minimum of 50%. We would like some feedback from a climate survey at the end of the year that potentially goes out to all staff and parents and certain student populations so that we can get feedback and know how to move forward. Questions or comments about school climate? The next structure that we address is college career and military readiness, dropout prevention, and graduation rate. Some of the strengths were that dual credit opportunities are offered, availability of CTE programs of study, district pays for administration of SAT, PSAT, ACT, TSI, AP, and dual credit. Needs, we need to increase the rigor of our instruction so that we have more students performing at the MEETS level. We need to promote CTE and dual credit and offer more industry-based certifications in those selections that we're offering. And we need to improve retention rates, graduation rate, and credit recovery programs. Our overarching goal, Kingsville ISD will offer a sequence of courses that provide students with coherent and rigorous content that is aligned with challenging academic standards and relevant technical knowledge and skills needed to prepare for further education and career, current or emerging professions. Our three bullets in this area, or our three SMART goals in this area, are by the end of 2021, KISD will develop a plan where 100% of teachers will be provided with professional development in unpacking the TEKS, questioning strategies, and 21st century skills, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity in order to increase college readiness skills. So how can elementary and Gillette and Memorial help the college readiness skills? Is by ensuring that we are providing instruction at grade level, at MEETS. By the end of June 2021, KISD will develop and promote programs where 100% of CTE and advanced academic course staff will receive professional development in building capacity in programs of study in order to increase participation and performance rate in CTE and advanced level classes. And by the end of June 2021, the district will develop a plan to address intervention needs of 100% of students each 6 weeks in order to provide a consistent and quality progress monitoring system. Again, district-wide, we're building our intervention and enrichment program to address progress monitoring. The next structure is family and engagement community. Our strengths were we have parent liaisons and or CIS on each campus who are participating in professional development that is offered monthly. Our parent participation in CEIC and DEIC and partnership with the Sheriff's Department. Our needs are to continue to provide support and training to parent liaisons and CIS, transparent communication in multiple forms, and to develop a district climate survey so that we're hearing from our constituents on how we're doing. Our overarching goal, Kingsville ISD will create opportunities that increase parental and community engagement and increase collaborative partnerships and communication. Our two goals in this area are the district departments and campuses will ensure communication to stakeholders is delivered in 2 or more methods. It could be paper, social media, website, so forth. The other goal is that by June 2021, 100% of parent liaisons and CIS caseworkers will design opportunities every month for parents to become more engaged with their child's learning. So more purposeful professional development or training offered to our parents and how to support student learning. Our last structure in the district improvement plan or campus improvement plan is technology. Some of the strengths we noted are that devices are available for remote learners, one hotspot for every 2 students. High schools have HP tablets, and that we did file an E-rate this year requesting about $550,000. Our needs are network security, training for teachers, students, and parents, and to develop a long-range technology plan. So our overarching goal, Kingsville ISD will extend student learning beyond the walls of the classroom, prepare students to be safe, responsible, and innovative digital citizens, and encourage students to take responsibility for their own learning. Our 3 goals to address specifically in this area are, by June 2021, KISD will identify and prioritize the technology needs of the district in terms of network security and end user support. By June 2021, KISD will inventory 100% of campuses to create a technology profile for each campus that will support future campus and district purchases in development of a long-range technology plan. And by June 2021, 100% of teachers will participate in training to increase their proficiency with instructional technology tools and remote delivery instructional best practices. And we know that one's definitely going to roll over as we continue to provide more professional development in technology integration, instructional technology integration. Questions?
When it comes to the district improvement plan, this also goes to the state, or is it just ours? Oh, it was supposed to. How will you be monitoring? That's what I'd like to know, to make sure we're doing what we say we're doing.
So we have quarterly monitoring. It is on the calendar when we need to monitor it. There are areas, if you look after the PowerPoint, you'll see the actual district improvement plan, and you will note that for each goal that I shared, there are specific action steps. And so in the district improvement plan, we have cycle 1, which was monitored, progress monitoring through November. Cycle 2, February. Cycle 3 will be monitored in May. Then we'll do a summative cycle to determine where we need to be at the beginning of next year. So these areas need to be completed where it says notes. That's where we will determine, are we on track, are we off track, what do we need to continue to do and include for the following year. This is on the calendar, so when the campus improvement plans get to this cycle, we, NC&I, will be looking at their campus improvement plans to see where they are, what supports they need to help them move forward in this process.
Mr. Garza, going back to your question as to when you submit to TEA or whatever this plan, did you submit it to TEA like 150 days after a snapshot? So it's in the summer that you submit the district improvement plan along with the evaluation.
It's usually, I believe, mid-June, mid to end of June. Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We created a master calendar that everybody has to go through to make sure that we're staying on top of everything that we need to stay on top of, and including the monitoring, and to make sure that we're not double booking anything. You know.
And principals refer to that, I can tell you, weekly. I don't think they make any plans without looking at that master calendar first. More importantly, I do share, not only did I share the purpose at the beginning of this meeting in regards to the statutory requirements, but in my explanation to DEIC and to the principals and to make sure that they're sharing with their teachers, this is a blueprint for improvement. So if you're looking at your data and you're building this, you don't want to build it and put it up on a shelf. You want to monitor it. Are you on track? Are you doing what you said you're going to do to measure student progress? And so that is the message that I'm sending to campuses through their leadership, that this is a blueprint for improvement. If we follow this, we should see progress.
Here are the climate goals, by the end of June 2021, KISD will serve as a parent community to create a baseline. A district needs with a return rate of a minimum of 50. Can you explain that to me one more time?
Yes, so what we're wanting to do is develop a type of climate survey that addresses various areas, various departments, and campus work. And
who put that together? Is it
the leadership team will put that together because it's coming from the district level. So that is our goal. Now, will it be fully built? We might just have certain pieces that we will roll out the first year. And we would love 100%, but having done this in the past, knowing it's really hard to get sometimes participation, honestly, 50% is a good model for us to be able to say what we need to improve upon or what we're doing well. Did that answer your question, Ms. Ramos?
Yeah, I was wondering what type of questionnaire or who puts the questionnaire together. That's what I didn't know if it was the candidate.
It'll be at the district level. And, so, and I'm just going to shoot out a couple of questions that might be on the curriculum and instruction part. We might ask teachers, did you feel supported by the curriculum and instruction department this year? There could be even open-ended questions to say, what do you want to see more of next year in a comment?
I just hope it's not those copy and paste issues. I think it should be truly tailored to the issues we have here.
I think if we want authentic data, we're going to make it tailor it to be an authentic response.
Any other questions when it comes to the 2021 district improvement plan?
Administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the district improvement plan for 2020-2021.
Good. You heard the recommendation of our superintendent. Again, is there a motion to approve the 2021 district improvement plan? Is there a second?
A second.
Mr. James Lucy. Is there any more discussion? There's no more discussion. We'll go ahead and proceed to vote. All those in favor of approval of the 2020-21 district improvement plan, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, 7G, consider approval of second reading of board policy EIC local academic achievement class ranking. This is on page 116. Dr. Sandoval.
Okay.
Or Dr. Bennett.
Yeah. I think we're at the point where we're just going to explain some of the things that we revisited. We looked at the graduating cohorts. So if you look at page 1 of 4, we changed that for 2021, 2022, and 2023. And we're starting the other one. If you look at the next page 2 of 4, page 118, in the graduating class of 2024. So we're going to be starting with the freshman class.
I have a question. Excuse my ignorance. I should have looked up, but I just noticed it was. If the policy changes, even though it's to improve the reading, but then it has been amended, does it get it second, or should it go back to the? I'm just curious.
Mr. Madden.
I plan to solve that through motion.
Okay.
It is our policy to have 2 readings. It is not required. And without further ado, I move that we approve the policy being presented tonight as though this were the second reading and if this become the policy in place.
I'll go ahead and second that motion. Is there any motion has been made again to approve the second reading?
Okay, one thing I want to say is that we have contacted Tabby because, as we heard in the public comment, we're looking at the NJROTC, that last class that the students can take to accelerate them to an E3 instead of an E1, and including that as part of the tier 3. And so according to Mr. Maddox, which we talked to him about that if this EIC policy is approved, we can just add that verbiage if we want to add that class as one of them. It would be to allow the
The JRTC level 4 course will be a tier 3.
The senior class.
Certification.
Correct.
But that will be something that's on the course catalog. As
Yes.
So again, a motion before the board is to approve the recommendation of the superintendent of second reading of board policy EIC. Then moved in second, is there any discussion?
I'd like to make a secondary motion.
We have to have a second first.
We have a second. Didn't we? We went to
I
discussion.
seconded already on the first motion. Mr.
Okay.
Oh, did somebody second it? Yes. Okay, then I'd like to make a secondary motion. Amending EIC local by amending tier 3 under the weighted grades to read as follows. Eligible advanced placement AP and dual credit classes that are successfully completed and have earned much credit shall be categorized as tier 3 courses. AP courses that are attempted and do not result in college credit being earned will be categorized as tier 2 courses. Further amending on page 2 of 4, amending tier 3 under the weighted grading system to read eligible advanced placement dual credit classes that are successfully completed and have earned college credit shall be tier 3 courses. AP courses that are attempted and do not result in college credit will be categorized as tier 2 courses. Career and technology courses, education, CTE courses that include an industry-based certification, IBC, or other non-CTE program that produces a similar credential with board approval shall be categorized and weighted as tier 3 for no more than 1 year of matriculation, which would cover the ROTC caveat that we just discussed. I make that motion simply because that's the motion.
Okay, but hold on, there's a big thing, because right now there's a motion in front of the board. Yes, in second, they have discussion now. If you're trying to amend it,
So make a secondary motion to our original
You
motion.
can do it.
Mr. President, can you hear me? Mr. President, can you hear me? This is
There's a second to that.
Exactly.
Can you read it but slower so I can get all the material that you wanted to add or take away or?
What are you adding in this?
Basically, what I'm saying is in this amendment to say that dual credit classes and AP classes are tier 3 courses, provided that you get the college credit. If you do not get the college credit, then they become a tier 2 course.
Go ahead, Dr. Perez.
Okay. When you say an AP class that gets college credit, while a student is in high school, they don't know, even if they pass the AP exam, that is not guaranteed college credit. You only get the college credit depending on the university or the college that you attend, if they accept it as college credit. So they won't know that until after.
Well, let me amend it then. Score 3 or better. Score 3 or better on the AP exam. That would address it then. You're right, because some schools won't accept a 3. They have to be a 4 or a 5, or they won't accept it all. So we would say a score of 3 or better on AP, which is pretty common among Texas public universities.
And I believe I brought this, okay, there's no discussion as of this. Guys, I'm gonna second that. I spoke back and forth with Dr. Perez about this, and I believe it would be unfair to those who take those higher courses like calculus, AP calculus. This afternoon, I was wondering, well, what are they doing in AP calculus? And not in dual credit and taking.
Okay, let me stop real quick. There's been a motion with a second. Colonel Pratt jumped in to make another motion. If I'm not mistaken, hold me wrong, I'm talking legal, is in order to get that, there has to be an amendment to go into the initial motion. Now, there must be a vote on the first one to replace the first motion with the second.
Let's do it this way. I'm just telling you, what I think can happen here is you've got a motion on the floor with a brand new, not a brand new policy, but a policy different than what's being presented. And we've got a second to that.
Right.
My suggestion is that we vote on that right now. The second, the Kreitz proposal. We vote on that.
Yeah, it's called secondary motion. It's
Just
to vote
going on with
on-
these. Okay. So again, the motion in front of the board right now is the motion in front of Colonel Kreitz, which was to amend and all the lingo he's talked about. Can you just say that again, Colonel? Make sure that we have it on notes.
Title III, under the weighted grade system, eligible advanced placement, AP and dual credit classes that are successfully completed, have earned college credit or an AP test score of 3 or better shall be categorized and weighted as tier 3 courses. AP courses that are attempted and do not result in a tier 3 score earned in will be categorized as a tier 2 course.
And it has been seconded by Mr. Rivera.
Well, I didn't second the one where it was tier, but I'll second that right now. I'll second the tier.
All right, let's do a roll call.
Yeah, we'll do a roll call on the motion.
Discussion first. If these kids are taking AP calculus, I don't understand why they can't pass a TSI and do the credit and get college credit for this. I think that's my main concern is that a lot of these kids are taking AP courses. And they're skipping the TSIs, and they're skipping the college level. Not everybody, but there's.
Not at
some-
the calculus level, Liz. Not at the
Well, probably
calculus
not, but I'm just saying, if
Not
that's
at
the
the
case.
AP bio level, probably.
So which
either.
classes do you
And that's
need?
a handful of kids. That's a couple kids, right? 2, 3 kids?
So would your motion include everybody? Because that's who they include, right?
We're trying to be fair to all students. If we say we're not going to count AP, it is not being fair to the AP Calc student, the AP Bio student, or even the AP English and History students who we hope will be getting a rigorous program.
I concede to you, Dr. Perez, that the kids that are taking AP Calculus and AP Bio are taking those classes for the purest of reasons. No one would subject themselves to that kind of torture
Exactly.
if they weren't.
Exactly.
You want to give them a pass, give them a pass, give them the 10 points. I want them to take calculus. I
You want to
them take AP
exclude
Bio.
that in the motion or what?
But no, this is part of the discussion. But the thing is that that's not where the true crux of the issue is. The issue is all those kids, particularly in their junior year, that are just, they're taking AP classes when they could be taking dual credits. And the problem is our policy as it's currently written undermines dual credit, undermines early college, high school, and it provides, it's not a question of, it's the hard right versus the more convenient backdoor. And that's what this
And
becomes.
every dual credit student had that choice as well.
But we don't present it that way, Dr. Perez. We
And
don't.
you haven't been for the past 10 years. Yes,
You're
I
right.
agree.
It's not you, Dr. Perez. You inherited
We
the mess.
need to move forward. We need to move forward. And that's what we're attempting to do.
It's not a question of moving forward. It's not, you're the only superintendent that's actually acknowledged AP's broke. You've acknowledged it. You put a reasonable timeline out as to what it's going to take to fix it. 3 to 5 years. I agree wholeheartedly. In that 3 to 5 years, we continue policy that, you know, it's the dead skunk scenario. A truck gets the dead skunk on the highway, and you smell it as you go by in the morning. You come back the next night, you still smell the skunk. The question is it the same skunk?
We just
Or is it
can't,
different? This is the same
cannot pick
skunk.
and choose, Colonel Frakes. We can't pick and choose, say, okay, for AP calculus, you know, you get 10 points, and for AP English, you get nothing, or you get 5 points. It's not fair, because there are some students who are brilliant in English, and some who are brilliant in calculus.
And if they're brilliant in English, they'll pass their AP exam. If they're brilliant, they'll pass. The fact of the matter is, about 2% meet that criteria as of last
And
year.
that is a state and national problem. If you look at the AP scores across the state, across the nation, you'll notice that.
I have no expectation that my amendment will pass. But to me, it's basically doing the right thing for the kids who are actually taking the academic risk and producing the academic results, and not the large number of kids who frankly are taking an easier route. And it's clearly an easier route. The grades show that, and the success at the end of the year shows that. And if we're not going to level the field, and if you want to make the argument that it's not fair once you start on a program, then you made a commitment. That's true for the seniors. That's a marginally true for the juniors, absolutely untrue for freshmen and sophomores, because they haven't hit that fork of the road yet.
Okay, the last time we were in your meeting, you said it was for freshmen. So we went back to committee and we have revised to include freshmen.
That was freshman for
Okay, but sophomores,
for the
there are,
college,
there are some.
for the college,
Yeah,
for the
sophomores
college
would be-
classes.
So
That
now,
was- that-
now are you asking for us to change it now again?
No, I'm saying that for the AP classes, no sophomore, no current sophomore has hit a fork in the road at AP. None of them. They all take AP World History, so it's the same for all of them.
So again, there's a motion in front of the board right now, the Congress presented, along with the second from Ms. Ramos. And again, I think we've had a fair opportunity to discuss issues, things like that. So let's go ahead and proceed to vote on that motion.
I'll call your question, Mr. Garza. I'll call the question.
We're gonna vote. Again, we'll do roll call vote. Again, we're voting on we make it clear that we are voting on the motion that Colonel Price has presented to the board with his recommendation. Colonel Price.
No. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. I'm confused. Yes.
Again, we're voting on the motion that you presented, sir. So yes. Mr. Brian Kufal. No. Mrs. Delma Salinas. Mrs. Elizabeth Ramos.
Yes.
Mr. James Lucy.
Yes.
Mr. David Garcia.
No.
And Mr. Corey Garza will vote no. That motion dies on 4-3. Now we'll revisit again there was a motion now in front of the board again to consider approval of second reading board policy IC. The motion was made by Mr. Brian Kufal, second by Mr. Corey Garza. Any discussion? There's no other discussion. We'll go ahead and proceed to vote on a roll call vote. Colonel Price.
No.
Mr. Brian Kufal.
Yes.
Ms. Delma Salinas. Ms. Elizabeth Ramos.
Yes.
Mr. James Lucy.
Yes.
Mr. David Garcia. Yes. Mr. Corey Garza votes yes. Motion carries 6-1. Item 7H, consider approval of renewal of district property casualty and active shooter insurances. Can be found on page 121. Dr. Pitt.
You have several documents in your packet. We're going to start with the premium comparison. So just a summary of what this is, we have property insurance that insures the property, the structures to physical damage and also the contents of those structures. We have casualty insurance, which has to do with auto liability, with educator liability, and there's some other general liabilities we'll touch on. And then we also have an addendum for active shooter insurance. So the term runs from March 1 all the way through March 1 of 2022. We did get an extension pending the vote tonight because the board meeting was postponed because of the storm that we had about a week ago. If you take a look at that first document, can we increase the size a little bit there? So this is a comparison with the prices last year to this year. If you notice, the total insured values increased by about $2 million. Our property values increased a little bit. We also took a couple of buildings off the Austin schools. We also added the contents of we have a bunch of textbooks over at the McRoberts Library, and we put the contents there, about $500,000 of textbooks, so that those could be covered in case something happened over at McRoberts. So that's the difference in the insured values. That's both facilities and properties combined. So last year, if you look at the premium, 736,000, 821,000. The biggest difference for that were all the storms that happened last year in 2020. Hurricane Harvey being the biggest, but there were 4 storms that hit the Texas coast, and even though We didn't have any claims. The insurance companies had many claims, and they raised the rates for everybody, but for those that were hit the most severe, they raised them more than they raised them for us. We got about an 8% increase. Storms closer to the Corpus area got a 15 to 20% increase in their property insurance premiums. If you look at our casualty insurance, that actually decreased. That's a function of ADA. If you have less students, less chance of things going wrong as far as educator liability. So that was the reason for the decrease there. Active shooter insurance stayed exactly the same. If you look at the bottom of that chart, it shows that our insurance rates started in 2015-16 at 44 cents per $100 valuation. And then in 2016-17, we signed a multi-year contract. That's why the property insurance stayed the same at 37 cents per $100 all the way through 2020. Then we saw big substantial increases in the last 2 years there. And again, the biggest reason for the increases is the storms. Any questions on this before we look at the client proposal?
This includes structures and content.
The property values include structures and contents, correct?
If we are to reduce the value of what we want to insure, will our insurance rates go down?
Yes, I already asked about that. So if you're wondering how much, if it was a bigger structure in the district, it would decrease about $40,000 building valuation. Unfortunately, the contents would not really decrease because we'd be moving the contents probably to another facility. A smaller building in the district, about $20,000 as far as premium.
Pro rata that based on the time of year it happened.
Correct.
Doctor,
So,
excuse
yes,
me.
sir.
You mentioned that at Roberts, there are textbooks that are insured. Are we still using those textbooks?
Yes, that is a storage facility where when we have textbooks, that's where they go originally. And then at the end of the summer, before the school year starts, they're moved to the schools the amount that is needed, but the amount that is not needed, that is held in reserve, is still kept there at McRoberts. And that's actually in a floodplain, so we pay extra for flood insurance there as well too, as with Claybrook.
How much space is that take up?
Well, you're wondering if we can move it to another location? Well,
That's probably not a floodplain.
it is not a floodplain. But both Lamar and McRoberts are vacant buildings that we are only insuring at basically cash value of the building, not replacement. And another time of discussion probably needs to be had. What do we want to keep those buildings or not? If we're just paying to insure them and not using them.
Catch on fire and burn the ground.
Oh, goodness. Oh.
No, I mean, are we? Are we?
But
No, no, I'm not saying Christ is burning books. Burning books. For a cash value, and it's a building that we're not using. Does anybody use textbooks? Why are we doing that?
Well, if something happened to the building, we would get something out of it. Right now,
It's costing us right now.
correct. Insuring at cash value is probably about a third as much per square foot as you would if you were insuring for a
I guess
replacement.
my question. Right now, we're insuring a building that we're not using. Correct? More than one. More than one.
Yes, mainly the Lamar facilities and all the McRobert facilities, except the cafeteria, which we are.
You know, the dog park's in my backyard. If it burns down, I don't care.
Well,
Because the dog doesn't sleep there anyway.
So the board work cover needs to be.
we have the option to remove any buildings we want. I mean, we could remove all the buildings that we're not currently using from cash value and ask for another quote, but we do need to since our policy again is ending, we need to move forward at this time. We need to decide what we're doing. Oh, yes, we could. We definitely could.
But you can't amend those policies, because you have to report to your insurance company if it's not occupied for 3 days, am I correct?
Now you were talking about restore the books.
Yes, correct.
How much space are we using to store? Are we paying insurance on an entire school to store the books?
No, we're just paying interest. We're only paying on the cafeteria is where we're storing the books, not the whole school. And the building itself is only insured at replacement costs. I'm sorry, at cash value, but the contents are insured at replacement costs, the books.
Do you have any idea how many dollars we're talking?
Yes, about maximum capacity 500,000 before, like when the new books go there, before they're distributed to campuses. So that's what we have it insured at.
But I mean, $100 a year, $50,000 a year. I mean, what are these books costing us additional insurance?
That I don't have a number for you, but I can get.
See, to me, that's the deciding factor.
There's no other place in the district where we can store those books.
Well, I'm sure.
At the peak volume of the books.
I think we could be here like all night on this. I looked through it and I've got questions for days, and I didn't feel like talking like unmanned aerial vehicle. I'm like, cool, we got something like that here. What's that? Like,
I think Dr. Perez just mentioned it a while ago that something the board would look at if we had a board workshop. Really dive into this. So again, I think it's important that we do it because again, it's about saving money, potentially saving money. So.
And let me just quickly go through page, if you look at the client proposal, if you look at that page, this is just a summary of what all our insurance covers. So if you look at that first one, it says property name storm. So let's say we had something like Hurricane Harvey. The deductible is 2% per building. So if we had something happen to a building, we first would have to pay 2% of the building value in a deductible, and that's up from 1% last year. Pretty much everyone's deductible per incurrence increased to either 2% or 3%. All the others, wind and hail, other perils, $100,000. Flood insurance. Our policy covers flood insurance damage for every building that's not in a flood zone. If you notice something that's in a flood zone A or B, we have to have an additional flood insurance policy in order for their policy to kick in. The other policy covers the first $100,000 of damage. This covers up to $1 million afterwards, after the $100,000 deductible.
supplemental flood insurance was something around $8,000 that was allowed.
That is a very good memory. We are covered for an earthquake if that would happen. So all of those are part of the property value insurance. And if you look further on page, well, it says page 133 at the bottom, but the cost for all of those is just over $800,000. That's the majority cost of all our insurances. That's the property, net and contents. Now, the bottom part of that chart is the casualty. So the casualty covers equipment breakdown. That would be if, for instance, the freezer broke down and we had a whole bunch of food spoil. It's basically not the damage itself, but all the concomitant or resulting expenses that we would have because of that breakdown. Cyber suite, same thing. It doesn't really cover the hardware if we had a hardware issue that was caused by a cyber attack, but it causes everything else, like from PR or loss of information. It covers all of that. General liability is basically third party. If we had someone, a visitor, slip and fall on our property, that's where general liability would kick in. It also, there has, if for some reason we made a mistake with our benefit information, it would cover any damages as well there too. Educators' legal liability if we're sued because of the actions of one of our educators. That's what that policy covers. Auto liability, that's $100,000 for injury to another party, $300,000 total injury per accident, $100,000 to third-party auto damage or property damage. And then that last one at the bottom is auto physical property damage to our own vehicles. And finally, if you scroll down about 7 or 8 more pages to, it says 133 at the bottom, it shows the individual cost a little bit further the other way. The other way. It shows the cost for each of those insurances individually right there. So if you notice, the bulk of it is basically in property insurance, and then educators' legal liability is $20,000, automotive liability is $36,000. Altogether, the total cost is $905,000. And we do have an option if we wanted to reduce the deductible for a named storm from 2% to 1%. That would be $68,000. I wouldn't recommend that. We look back historically, the last time that Kingsville was really wiped out from a major storm is quite a while. So at least not in the last 100 years that I'm aware of. Finally, the cost for our agent, which is Carlisle, is 10%. So what you see there includes the 10% already added in. So the total cost for all these insurances, including the active shooter insurance, is $910,161. And at this time, I'll answer any questions. Yes, sir.
And it may be anywhere I just didn't see it. We have an obligation to bond or insure bond federal property that the district has possession of. And specifically, it's all the ROTC stuff. The uniforms, the equipment that the Army gives us. Is that included in here?
I don't know, but I have somebody on standby that can give me an immediate answer.
Well, it's not a question we have to have answered.
Okay.
Tonight. It's
Okay, I will look into that.
It's a requirement that we have to do, and it's not our stuff, it's their stuff.
Okay.
Normally, it's been done with a bond in the past, but I don't know how we do it now, so. I don't know if that's part of the insurance or if it was a standalone item separate from.
Any other questions?
Don Clark's not here, is he?
No, wasn't able to make it tonight. But I, again, have somebody on standby from his agent for questions if we need to, right?
He's handled this since Broadneck retired, correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
Who's Broadneck?
Jerry Broadneck was, took care of us for years and years. He retired. You work closely with Clark?
Yes, I met with him this week to go over all our coverages and values. And again, the amount we pay Carlisle is 10%. So the increase really has nothing to do with our agent. The increase has to do with basically the property insurance vendor, mainly property, coastal property lines in Texas. So he bids out to about 25 different vendors, but only about 5 of them will actually insure in this area because it's higher risk.
Any other questions for Dr. Fish when it comes to the review of district property casualty?
Thank you, Dr.
Okay, administration recommends that the board of trustees approve the renewal of the district's property, casualty, and active shooter insurance.
Here are the recommendations. The superintendent will approve the review of district property casualty and active shooter. Is there a motion? Okay. Mr. David Garcia, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, we'll go ahead and proceed to vote. All in favor of approval of renewal of the district's property,
casualty and active shooter, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Item 7I, consider approval of TA waiver, district closure due to inclement weather while experiencing power, water, and internet outages. Page 152.
This waiver was in response to district closure the week of February the 15th through 19th. We did offer remote instruction on February the 15th, Monday. However, we were given the option to have the waiver for the whole week. Allows us to count the minutes for that week for instruction toward our 75,600 week minimum. Essentially, what this does is if we submit this waiver, we do not have to make up those bad weather days. If you notice the waiver is still not complete yet. It requires board approval, and then after board approval, it doesn't say superintendent yet because I need to send it to Dr. Pettis after board approval, and then she would submit it to TEA. That is the process. Any questions on this waiver?
We get paid for those days, right?
We would get paid for those days, 88 minutes for those days if we submit this waiver without having to make those days up, correct?
Good. Thank you, Dr. Pitts. Dr. Pettis.
Okay, administration recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the TDA waiver for district closure due to inclement weather while experiencing power, water, and internet outages.
Thank you. You heard the recommendation from the superintendent. There a motion? Second by David Garcia. Any discussion? There's no further discussion. We're going to vote. All those in favor of approval of TA waiver district closure due to inclement weather while experiencing power, water, internet outages, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. Before we move into item number 8, before the board goes into closed session, just want to go on the record saying that items 8A, B, and C at this time will be placed on the next agenda due to some language issues. So we'll definitely take care of those. At this time, the board will enter into closed session in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.
I think that's including too.
Correct. I've already spoken to you on that.
Okay.
Thank you. The court 5071 and 55.074. Still very ready to consider the following. Status of update from attorneys Captain Snapchat, law firm, with Sam Fugate regarding KISD FEMA Jones litigation. Discuss with legal counsel regarding legal and personal matters. Discussion regarding an addendum to superintendent performance plan. No action will be taken until the board comes back from closed session. At this time, the board is in closed section set at 8:13. We now return to open session and take necessary action on matters which the board may discuss in open session and upon which action may be taken. We're now returning to open session at approximately 9:53 p.m. Item number 9A, consider approval of employment of contract employees. Dr. Pettis.
Administration recommends that the board of trustees approve the following contracted employee presented. Mr. Philip Davis for diagnostician.
You heard the recommendation by the superintendent. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Brian Cooper, is there a second? Second by Ms. Delma Salinas. Any discussion? Now proceeding to a vote. All those in favor of approving the recommendation by our superintendent, Dr. Pettis, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 7-0. There being no other further business, I now declare this meeting adjourned at 9:54.